Hello everyone and welcome to yet another live coding and chill. I'm your host Johnny. Hope you're having lovely weeks. Today we'll be building out our software as a service app with SvelteKit even further. We'll be doing CRUD, that's create, read, update and delete operations with Supabase. This was like web dev standards 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and it still is today. Maybe you know it by other names or other acronyms, but even if it sounds funny, if you tell software engineers during interviews that you know how to do CRUD, maybe they'll smile. Maybe they'll think, yeah, that person knows what they're up to and what they're doing. So, as a refresher, you can definitely click in the description and go to tenexify.dev and see what we built in the previous live stream on Friday and the project that we'll keep building onto today and the future streams. We have this little app that you can log into. You can check your profile, but that's about it. It's a bit of a fake doors marketing website, let's say, where you may publish some product hunt and you can capture a few emails, you can get some user accounts, and then you can individually start messaging people, telling them, do you want to get in the beta test, that sort of thing. But now we need to actually add a product, add some functionality for those users to actually do in our app and think it's cool and consider upgrading to like bigger tiers, keep using the app, that sort of thing. We'll start today by adding the ability to update their user-defined name, and I'll explain why that's important a bit later. But mostly we'll have a dashboard where you'll be able to create more records, interviews and some notes and that sort of thing. We'll explain the model later. You'll be able to update those records if you've made a mistake or if things change, because in life things change, and delete them as well. And even more, in the future, we'll be doing the classic software as a service SaaS thing where you upsell the people into a bigger plan when they run out of their quota. So maybe we'll have people be able to create 5 records or 3 records or 1 record or 10, however much we define. And if they want to create more, then they should go to a paid plan. And that's been successful for a while, successful model for a while. That's why we're copying this. I do see this as an app idea and an app that people would actually use it, because I do like keeping things realistic, not just demo projects, but it's also a bit blank. It's not my most amazing idea, my most groundbreaking idea in the world for a SaaS, because I do want this code to be a bit of a blank slate as well. So if you want to get inspired by this, but be able to adapt it into your own amazing idea, then it's a bit easier than if I have like 100 things that are quite different to the standard model. As always, let me know what you're up to and how your week's been going, what you're working on in the chat. And I think we'll move on to coding. I'll definitely switch to the big view for sure. We have the code set up here, VS Code on the left, the app on the right. I will demo what we did last time. So we have this main page, marketing page. You should have more things in the future for sure, like a testimonials section, like the brand partners. It should be highlighted in maybe a magnetic carousel or something. We have an about page that could sell you to the product even further. We do have light and dark mode, which is always like a nice touch, professional touch, but we do default to dark mode no matter what the user preference is, because I think it just looks cooler. And we have the login logout functionality. So you may play around and do this in the actual website, but what we have here is localhost. And let's prove that it works. If you're not logged in, you cannot see your profile. You get redirected to login. You can click and you get a magic link email. And then we do have Supabase set up for local development, which also includes this in-bucket thing where you can actually see emails that the notmailer sends. So you can complete a magic link flow without paying anybody at resend or anyone else to send emails for you. So fake email sends, I guess local email sends happen, and now you're logged in. So boom, functionality works. You can see your profile. That's the first thing we'll be adding today. We did start off different projects that we've done in different streams. So, for example, the dark light mode functionality, some of the CSS, the view transitions. I've done videos and streams about them. And we started off the latest repo that I've worked on that had those features, because that's a great shortcut where I understand how things are set up because I did it and I've made videos about it. So maybe even you understand what I've done. You're kind of into my mind at this point. And it's a huge shortcut because every little thing, even like highlighting the active link, it may not take too long, but so many little things that do add into the professionalism, the professional look of your app, all of them, they do take a lot of time in the end if you stack them all together. So having a start-off point that has all those shortcuts ready is good. And now that we have Supabase for authorization set up as well, maybe the next project that I start is gonna start off this repo. All right, so the agenda is huge today as well, and we have big modules and large curriculum for the future as well. Let me know if you want to see something else in more immediacy, or if you want me to elaborate on something we've already covered, but I do have a rough plan of what I'm going to be showing. And today we'll be doing a lot of the basic. Let's create some records in the database, let's update them, let's delete them, and let's read them. Of course, we'll be doing that twice. It's a feature so nice, we're going to implement twice to reinforce our learnings. And we are going to focus on the UI a little bit by using a library called Melt UI, which isn't like a library as what example should I see? It's not like Shadcien, which takes Tailwind and gives you some components or some styles that you can copy paste into your app. It's definitely, more similar to Shadcien, which I always called Shadowgun, but still not quite. It is very, very different to a library like Radix or Headless UI that does give you some components that you bring in with npm and install and use in your app. So it's not like that. So it will be interesting to see how Melt UI works and why you may choose it over some of the other popular libraries. And that's about it. We will talk about testing. How do we test all of this as well? And we have some bonus features that we may get into, but it all depends on how fast I am in implementing and how long I take getting into CSS rabbit holes. So let's get started. We've done the recap. The first thing we're going to do is add an input field here in the profile page. So after the user has signed up, I want to ask, what should I call you? So if I send an email to you, what should I call you? This will also be important for later because this is going to be an interview prep type of app. So we will be using the user's name to help them introduce themselves. So if we know their name, then we can say that they should say, we should be able to write a script for them to read, like, oh, hi, I'm Johnny and I'm a principal software engineer, blah, blah, blah. So we want the user's name for that. And we didn't ask before sign up, during the sign up flow, because you should be asking the least amount of stuff that you can get away with. Nobody wants to fill out forms unless you're paid, I guess, to fill out forms. So try to keep it to a minimum. The least you can ask of the user, the better. And now that I know that I definitely want their name, that's when I'll be adding the input where I ask for the user's name. You shouldn't ask for things in advance. And I do have an article linked as well about, should I use like a first name in my database? Should I use a last name? Should I use family name or surname or whatever else? This is 2024 now. Everyone is a bit better with being inclusive, acknowledging that we live in a very diverse world, and many things that were made by bearded white software developers maybe were not the best thing for a universal way to do things. Western cultures versus Eastern cultures, it's such a huge difference from in what is defined as a family name or first name or a whatever name. So to get around that, I will be asking people, how do you introduce yourself, or what should I call you when I reach out to you, and hopefully alleviate that sort of problem. I can get a name that they are very comfortable using when they introduce themselves, and they are comfortable when they open an email by me and I tell them, oh, hey, Johnny. So if I see an email that says, hey, Ioannis, I know that's like some sort of legalese because it's using my legal in the passport name and not the name that anyone I really know calls me Johnny. So I would be taken aback by an email like that. I'm less likely to convert and engage with the app. So that's the thing that I want to get around here. That's the thing I want to resolve. So we'll start by that. And it also helps with our subject matter today, because it's literally just one input field. We ask one thing, we want to keep it in the database, and that's it. We are using local database, a local Supabase database as well. And we have a migration already. And I'm just trying to find the Supabase Studio so we can see the tables that we have. We have a users table and we already have the name column created. I knew that was going to be the first thing that we ask. In the future, we may also be asking a big text area input about how would you answer the question, tell us a little bit about yourself, which is the key thing that I would like you to prepare if you're going to have an interview. Any sort of interview stage, be prepared to answer this question, because 99% of the time you will be asked, and it's going to be the beginning of the interview. So if you do it well, then you're going to feel better. The interviewers are going to feel better about you, and then you need to spend the rest of the interview confirming that you're actually awesome, as indeed you described in that later section. But that's for later. As we said, we don't want to make too many assumptions on what we want to ask and not, since we aren't using this functionality yet. We haven't added it in the columns, but we can add the migration later to do that. All we want is one input field. How do I amend this? So going over that, let's first generate some TypeScript types so we know what our database schema actually looks like, so that we know that we do have a public users table and we don't have like an interviews table and there is no tell us a little bit about yourself column. Having Supabase generate TypeScript types for us for the JavaScript client really, really helps us. As a refresher, in the hooks file, we have created the Supabase client, but we have not typed it with anything. It's here where we'll be able to pass in TypeScript types, and then the client will know that we have a users table. For example, now it's just a generic Supabase client. It just knows nothing about what our to-be looks like, other than it's a Postgres database and it's connected via Supabase. So let's take care of that. There are a few ways to do this. And most of the examples, if you just look at the Supabase docs, they tell you how to generate the types based off the production database. But we want to do it versus the local instance that we're running with Docker, with pnpx Supabase start. I ran this before the stream started, just so you can see it. You can say start again. And because it's already not running, I just get this message. If you don't have it running, then you may need to run it. And for the TypeScript types, we want to say pnpx Supabase generate types TypeScript, and then the flags that we want it against the local database, and we want to specify what the output file should be. So for that reason, I always have a generated directory. And I know that in any project that I have a generated directory, everything in there is going to be something that no human should amend. All of these should be code generated, automatically generated, so I shouldn't go in and amend them, because if I were to run the way I generated them again automatically, it's going to overwrite my changes anyway. So that's how I ensure no human changes these. So let's see what happens if we just say generate the TypeScript types and just specify the directory there. I doesn't write the file. File. It doesn't have it in the docs here. So let's have a look at the docs I was talking about, where if you look at if you search for Supabase CLI, they have an example of how to do it with a GitHub action, which is not what we want to do at this point. Let's just point, I guess, to the file we want to generate. All right, so it brings it out, I guess, by default. But if we pipe this into source generated and then database, let's see if there is a naming convention that we can fall back to. Not really. So I'm just gonna call it like Supabase .t.ts or .ts. See what happens. Oh, I copied even this much. Right, so we have this. So they call it Supabase.ts. Not sure. It does export just types, no constants or something. So it could be .t.ts. So let's see the changes that we have. Don't want this file. I don't want this file either. Guess in their example, what were they doing before? That's .ts file. .send.ts, that's interesting. Schema. So let's call it for maximum readability. Supabase schema.ts. And with that, we have this auto-generated file. Let's copy this command so I don't have to remember it. We only have one auto-generated command, so let's just create a script for generate and then paste in everything I had here. But we can drop the PNPX because we do have Supabase installed locally, so that should work. And let's see if npm run generate works. Looks like it does. And to keep Prettier happy, I can also npm run Prettier, npm run format, even the other command. Maybe it's just point to generate directory. So I can do Prettier, does write source generated, and then it will format all the generated files for us. Cool. I only have one generate command. If I had many, then I would have many commands that were prefixed. Like I would have generate Supabase, and in here I'd have the specific Supabase command, and then do the Prettier stuff. And there is a way with PNPM to run every command, every script that you have that starts with like generate colon or whatever you want colon, but that's a bit over engineering. If you do have many generate commands, I do suggest you look into it and you do it. But for now, I will just keep things simple and just say I have one generate command and it does this, and I'm happy. So we have this file. Dino is upset. I don't want to run Dino in this project, but for some reason, Supabase decided to go with Dino initially for their edge functions. Oh well, I think they're allowing TypeScript and JavaScript now, which is great. Anyway, we have this file and we want to use it. How do we use it? There are two places where we will, as we said, we are creating the client here. So we're going to say that this client specifically corresponds to our database. And in our app definitions as well, where we've specified that in the locals we have a Supabase client, we can specifically say that actually this Supabase client is a Supabase client specifically for this database. So if we try to make that client talk to a different database, then it's not going to work. We want it to be specific to this database. And that's it. That's the automatic generation. We are just gonna manually be doing this. We won't have a GitHub action running this for us. Maybe in the future, far in the future, like in here, maybe we'll have that happen for us. But for now, I just wanted to show this. And with that done, we can add our input here to allow users to change their name. And in the example here, I do want like a similar thing. And I guess we have an example of an input in the login flow that we'll steal. But let's open the profile page first. And here we can have like next to details. So user details, we have this, and we can have a form here. And in here, we'll have an input that will steal from the login flow. So let's steal all of that. And yeah, we can say this exactly. Could be, how do you introduce yourself as well? Is there anything more that we could copy here? There is a lot more. I guess there is the button here. And I'm just wondering, should I just add these classes to the form? Maybe not. People like Steven. This can be a div, spam. And this can have a class of next. Do we just have one? Yes, sir. But we can make it a bit more big. We'll try to help here. Didn't really. Brand. Thin. That's thin. Just wonder if the opacity is worth it. I'd say yes. Hey girl, thanks for dropping by as always, and thank you for catching up to all the streams. I really appreciate it. So this label is not for type email, it's for type text. Name is name, placeholder name. And here an update to say that I want to be called Johnny, and that's it. And maybe I am actually gonna steal this data session stuff. Open the inspector so my head is not in the way of anything important. So user details section, all we're gonna ask is for their name. We want them to click the save button and their name gets updated. For that, we'll need the post action because we're mutating stuff. And it could be a default action, but we will probably have like more stuff here. And it's not really a required input. So we should be good to go. Another questions that I have. Should I make this a default action? I cannot, because we already have the named logout action for when they click the logout button. So here, the action could be that's the update action or update name. We'll need a JavaScript object for this, so I don't want to kebab case it. All right, so for this to get handled, we need a corresponding action in our actions object. So we could copy the logout action and say update name. We're gonna need the Supabase, but we're not gonna sign out. What we want to do is update the user record. So if you remember, Here we have the users table. It has the name column. We want to update the name for this user. Because we are using role level security, we won't need to do anything other than update the name field. We don't need to say only update when the user ID matches, because by default, due to the RLS policy, we have only one record is going to match, because this is unique and it corresponds to the logged in user. And I will prove it later by adding another email. So, we'll probably need JOD, I guess, or not really, because whatever they send here, we are gonna use. I don't think that exposes an attack vector for security, but maybe for best practice, we do want that actually. So let's do it. Let's reinforce our good patterns and standards. So update name schema just a Z string, and Z is of course Zod, the great validation library. And we don't want to make it required or anything. Just want to be a string, which I think will work. We'll see. And let's see what else are we doing with the schema there. All of this validation stuff. Don't want to redirect or anything. We do want the request. We want to use the update name schema. Just has one field, doesn't need to be an object. We get the name input, not success. So we could have like some extra parameters there, like the length of the name or something. So we could actually, like, so what's the longest possible name? We could make this kind of sensible. Yeah, by using like a max parameter, max length. This is just a text column in the database, so it could be as big as you'd want it. But let's do 255. Check that out, actually. Interesting. So just max. And we can have a custom methods. But it's fine. And we want our browser validation to also reflect this. So we can say match length equals 255 as well. And we could even have this exported in the backend. And we could have a database rule anyway, but it doesn't matter that much. And I think we may like change this. Like if people say, I want to be named King Charles II, and too many other characters, how many characters would that be? And let's ask GitHub that, Copilot sent. Sometimes I press up and it deletes what I've written, which is disappointing. It was so disappointing, it messed up my keyboard. let's see. Like I do live in Spain now, so I have heard some long names. But let's see what GitHub Copilot has to say about this. Why no spaces? It just added the precedence. Okay. So an example of how people could be naughty about this. Can I really not export this from this file? Oh, that's interesting. Is it true? It's like a SvelteKit 2 thing. So I was trying to do like something quick, but not quite. So where would I put this constraint? So they just not care. I think I'll just not care. But I do want to care. I do have, I think in lib, like some helper files, helper constants. Let's add a constraints.ts. It is very unnecessary, but hey. Max name length, let's use it here. And I'm doing this because I also want in the UI for the browser here to say max name length. Well, I want that to be max name length. So now if I do actually use something this long, is this not long enough? Interesting. Is this not a real thing? Why did this validation not work? Do I also need the min? Is it that I cannot add anymore? Yeah, it doesn't allow me to add, but if I paste it, then it is actually going to let it. So that's a case where actually browser validation isn't actually stopping you. So that's interesting. Wow. What a case. Anyway, it's good because the backend will catch this. Here, Itama in the chat, any reason why you chose Svelte over React? SvelteKit and Next.js are my two favorite frameworks. For real jobs, I only use SvelteKit and Next.js nowadays, and that has been the case for a few years now. I do like SvelteKit for the dev experience more nowadays. It's so handy, so helpful when it comes to magically generating TypeScript types, especially when you have things like routes and route parameters. So the example that I like given is sometimes maybe you have a blog and then you have a slug, and SvelteKit will know that this route has a slug parameter, while Next.js will not do that automatically. You have to manually say this route should have this parameter. And then if someone tells you, well, the blog should have like ID or whatever, then SvelteKit will automatically know that the slug parameter you're using, that's wrong. You need to refactor it to use the ID parameter now. With Next.js, I have been caught out with something like this. Maybe not specific for like blog posts, but for something similar where we're trying to decide, should this magic parameter be called template or profile or something else? And then when you change it, if you don't have something automatic checking for you, you will forget and you will have an error, and then maybe you'll catch the test and it's going to be fine, but maybe you won't. With SvelteKit, you get that sort of stuff all the time. I do like how fast it is as well, and I do like it for more beginners too, because it looks more like vanilla HTML, CSS, and JavaScript than Next.js. Next.js is my favorite way to do React. I have used Astor as well, but it's a bit of a different thing. I would go with Next.js if it is critical to the product to have the open graph image generation. So if you're doing a site for an event, like a music festival or Cirque du Soleil or whatever else, and you need to generate dynamic QR codes for the tickets, then Next.js has an edge, because the open graph generation is much easier to set up. All that metadata is much easier to set up than Next.js. Possible with SvelteKit, but it just would save me so much time. And I still like Next.js quite a lot, so I would go for that. The other thing that I used to like Next.js more for was internationalization, but now I've gone the other way. And SvelteKit is easier for me to use with in international projects that do need various languages like English and Greek or Spanish or whatever else. The Paraglide.js library is very handy to use, very easy to set up with SvelteKit, easier than Next.js. So my life is easier when I use SvelteKit for international projects. Is there something else that's quite big? It feels like there is one more thing that I like with SvelteKit versus Next.js, but it's not coming to me. But yeah, those are a couple reasons. Definitely my favorite frameworks, both. You can't really go wrong. The other one I say for Next.js is that there are so many more React engineers. So if you're a big company and you want to improve your recruitability, your hiring pool, the talent pool, then very often I would advise go with React. There are so many people with such big experience in React. You will be able to attract talent more easily. And similar to that, knowing React better may make you a bit more marketable to companies, because more companies still use React and Next.js than SvelteKit. So that's big for going pro Next.js, go down the Next.js route and the React route. Hireability is a real thing, a real concern. Is there anything else? I think there is one more big thing, as I said. But let me know if you have opinions on the matter, please. I would love to hear. So this block ID is not a real thing. Image optimization, you get it kinda for free or low effort with Next.js as well. And SvelteKit does now have the enhanced image library, but only works with local images you'd put in version control. While Next.js and Astro are using the Vercel's image optimization feature first class. Of course, it is expensive after a point, so that's why Vercel is doing it. But it is very handy. I just like going through the Vercel optimized images route and not worry about the hassle versus setting up another service that is going to be hosting my images and doing the CDN part of it. So if images are too important, you do get shortcuts with Next.js there as well. Although I do find getting the images right isn't as hard as getting the open graph images and metadata right. So it's good enough with SvelteKit when it comes to images. You use a third party. That's it. Mock Service Worker as well actually works with SvelteKit, which is a library that I sometimes use for testing, like for realistic style testing. While as it stands, it doesn't work with Next.js, with modern Next.js 13 and 14. So that's a problem. I used to have like a big MSW approach of testing with Confluence and organizing demos and that sort of thing. Mock Service Worker is a library that can hijack your requests. So it can intercept a call you're doing to Stripe, for example, or to your database, and then you substitute the one that you want to actually happen. So you can force an error if the card starts with this number, if the email of this user starts with error or whatever else. I used to use that heavily But currently, the way Next.js works doesn't allow that request interception to happen, especially on the backend. So until they patch that out, that's another edge for SvelteKit, that I can actually use MSW with it easily. All right, so we saw this con of browser navigation, of browser validation. It's not actually catching this. Let's see if this will catch it. So do we actually get an error on the backend if we send like this huge string? Doesn't look like we do, to be honest. It's cutting it right at that point, and then doesn't allow us to type anymore. So yeah, that's good. So only if they were naughty and they were trying to do something else would this fail. If they were trying to, if they like inspected the DOM and removed the limitation from the input or whatever. So we do make it there. We do have the name payload, and what we want is to use the Supabase client and say that from the users table, and that's the magic of the definitions, the TypeScript definitions were generated before. It knows that we have a users table and we have like no other table. So we don't have like a user table, for example, and this should error out, but it doesn't. In other systems, it would error out, like if you use one that doesn't exist. But at least like it does know that we have a users table here. We'll try to autocomplete it. And we want to indeed update name. But unlike the GitHub Copilot suggestion, we don't need to do this because we're using row level security. So that should be fine. And we can just check for error. And return nothing, I guess. We wait this. And then we can still say if error. Not update name. Hello, Basi, in the chat as well. Your comment and really appreciate your efforts, my efforts. I appreciate your efforts as well. I appreciate your comments. I appreciate anyone's comments because I do like helping people out. So hearing that, oh, I've actually helped someone out, like your success stories, so that you like what's in the streams, that you appreciate them. It does help me keep going for sure with extra fervor. All right, so we'll press an enter here. Actually update my name, Johnny. Answer is no, it's internal server error. So what did we do wrong? Should I have said like maybe single here? Is update not a real thing? Maybe it's not, to be honest. It requires a where clause. That's nuts. We don't need a require. Is that true? It has to be. Should always be combined with filters. Interesting. So we did do GitHub Copilot. The AI was correct once again. Like if I just do like match anything, will it just work? Guess not. This should not be EQ at the end. It doesn't not close. Is there no like update single or something? I guess not. Oh well, let's do it then. In the locals, we also have the session, I suppose. So that should work. And I guess maybe that's something that we should be doing first. And we can say if no session fails. So if your session has expired while you were in this page, we should fail. And even say no session user ID. So at that point, let's use that. Let's see, third time's the charm? I guess so, but then we forgot to read from there, unfortunately. So we didn't get the cool update here. So again, in our server file, in our load method, this time we do want to get the user object, I suppose. DB user, public user, yeah. And we can say, not fetch, we can get Supabase here too. And say from users, select name, I guess for now. And then not match anything. And say single, and it's gonna error out, which it should. And then we can return that user. And that should sometimes have a name. You can also redirect to login if there is no public user data. Say if no data, redirect. Our user is the data in this case. And our input should have a starting value of data user name. So there you go. Johnny has been updated. Let's see if we can make it null again if we just don't want to. And looks like it works. Can refresh here. It's all good. Johnny, great. It works. And it looks like we don't need to enhance the form as well, because it just looks nice, I guess. We could do like the loading state stuff. But maybe we don't need to, just to show the user that something is happening. Yeah, we probably want to do that. We probably want to do that. We could show like a little model as well, a toast notification, like name updated. Let's see, what did we do for the login page? We had some complicated state logic. But maybe we can use as inspiration for this. Could just say the state is either idle or loading. And then should we have like a handle submit like this? I guess so. Thanks for result from SvelteKit. If it's success, then always make it idle. If it's failure, I guess we can just say your name. We just have this one. And that's it. So it becomes loading when we start submitting. And we will use this by saying that this form, we're going to use an enhanced form and give it the handle submit. So since it's done, I guess not much will happen. The button, we should make it disabled while things are happening, shouldn't we? That makes sense. And we could even say if the state is already loading, let's return. And here we can say disabled equals it's disabled while we're loading. We don't have like any disabled styles, sadly. So what can we do? Maybe disabled, we can do opacity 50. Let's add a delay on our server. Or actually, let's see how it looks. Let's say disabled pulls through for now. Yeah, looks kind of right. And what else do we have? We can have a little check here to say if it's disabled. Not check actually. Disabled pointer events none. While it's disabled, you shouldn't be able to click it. And you should also get the not allowed cursor. Some button styles. Did I say anything about styling rabbit holes? Was wearing them. So it's the problem where there are, when you don't have pointer events, kind of funny. It's not even accepting this. Oh well. So we could actually be tricky here and add this class conditionally. I think that's easier. Disabled, if it's disabled, add the pointer events none, or else add nothing. But again, what did I call it? It's actually cursor. Cursor not allowed. It's not happening because it needs a pointer events. Oh well, enough with that rabbit hole. Let's forget this ever happened. Just a little styling thing. User asks, what's in SaaS from now? Am I using Svelte 5 and SvelteKit 2? I am using SvelteKit 2, and I have mentioned a few things where we needed to have different implementations because we're using SvelteKit 2. I'm not using Svelte 5 so far because I don't have any client-side state to mess around with, nothing important yet. But I will as soon as we get to a point where I do want to use runes. The reason I'm not using it is because I do want the Svelte inspector ever since I found out this thing exists, where you can just point to an element, a component in your UI, as you can see on the right, and you can click and then it opens in my editor. And it doesn't need to be like in my fancy view here. Even if I do it on the big screen, then it will switch over to VS Code and open the respective element. I think that is awesome. So until I need to use runes, I'm just using Svelte 4. So if the inspector starts working with Svelte 5, I'm going to upgrade. And if we get to the point where we need to use runes, then I will update. Or snippets, I guess. If we are in a complicated component and I need to use snippets, I will bring it in. So don't worry the moment, or if you look at the code base and tell me this, like make it happen with Svelte 5, I will do it with Svelte 5. It's just that at this point, everything we're doing is like very SvelteKit 2 load methods. So we haven't needed to do client-side stuff. So nothing's like, I guess I'm trying to say Svelte 5 specific. Everything so far has been SvelteKit, really magic. I will be using snippets and runes at some point, just not yet. And yeah, I do. The reason for these streams and all of that is that I do want to provide content related to things that aren't that covered, because I want to know things that aren't that easily Googleable, and I'm trying to figure them out on the fly. Right, so we're doing this styling stuff, I guess. And I was thinking about having a spinner too. Maybe keep the spinner for later. I think you kind of get that this is updated even without the spinner. Should we say thank you? Let's react. Why am I doing react here? Okay, no spinners for now. Let's move on. Let's move on with our lives. This is good enough. We've done this, definitely done. We are allowing the users to set their name. Chat break already. I feel like we're just getting started. We'll see. So what's our unique selling point? What's the USP for this app going to be? This is going to be, I guess, mostly an interview prep app, something that will help you go into the interview process, whether you've never been into the tech field. before, or you're trying to move from junior to mid engineer, mid to senior, and mid engineer is a good thing. Like I think in the past year, the slang has been if something is mid, then it's bad. But when it comes to mid software engineer, intermediate, that's pretty good. It's a pretty good role. But mid to senior, senior to principal, it's gonna have a few tips that I've used myself for like 20 years, going through all of those hoops, getting started, moving to new countries, getting different roles, getting into principal software engineer roles, consultancy roles, that sort of thing. And the biggest thing that I found is that intro that answers the question, tell us a little bit about yourself. That's something that no one told me is important for many, many years. And I figured out is important after a while and after talking to people. And the moment I started thinking about that answer beforehand, I wasn't reciting a script, but the moment I knew whereabouts I wanted to land and what I wanted to say quickly, I started doing a lot better on any interview, because that gets asked like in 99% of any interview, whether it's a coding exercise, whether it's a whiteboard interview, whether it's a culture interview, they always ask you this. So starting with a bang is what this app is going to be about. And to achieve this, I guess we'll have an interviews page where you can put in the interviews that you have scheduled. You'd put in the roles that you are applying for, the specific companies, and we'll try to work with you to give you a really good answer to tell us a little bit about yourself. But not because this is what I would be saying, but it's like your angle to what you should be saying if you had a similar interviewing experience than I. We'll make it work, I promise. But that's pretty much the unique selling point. The other acronym of the day is CRUD. I mentioned in the beginning, this stands for create, read, update, delete. It's the fundamentals of database operations that you may want to do to have a functional app. You want your users to be able to read the records that are in the database, create new records, update the records that they have, and delete them. So that's what we're going to be doing today. And the reason for this SaaS product being a bit by the book is because I wanted to be an inspiration for you to be able to base off your own unique ideas of this. So we're not doing like anything too crazy with third-party integrations with OpenAI and stuff all over the place to start with, because I want this to be a starting point for you where you can easily plug and play that, oh, my idea is that I want people to manage their football practices, like their beach volleyball matches, tournaments, whatever. Based off this, like the more vanilla CRUD operations and table will have, you should be able to get started and get a bit of a shortcut. And that's what I understand people want, so that's what I'm trying to make here. So this is it for the chat break. Please keep the questions going. Are we happy with this route? I think so. Works on enter as well. It's only like the spinner that we'll need to add at some point. And of course, for the little bit about yourself as well, maybe here we will have the question of, with a text field for tell us a little bit about yourself. And we can have your general answer to this question if we were asking you what you would say. And then when you say, all right, I want to apply to Google, maybe we'll be able to tell you that the spin you should have to your generic tell us a little bit about yourself icebreaker should be this. So make these changes to appeal more to the Google process, or specifically to this stage 4 of the Google process, or any other company that you have. So we could be asking for your general answer here, and then in your interview details, we'll be giving you the specific one. Like if it's a front-end role, maybe also say this, or look into this. Like say that you have this weakness or this strength, whatever. That's the thing that we'll want to be doing here. But for now, we don't really have a valid reason to ask you for this, and we don't want you to do more stuff than you need to. So first, we're going to create that new route where you can put in the interviews that you're planning to do. So, new route to display all the logged-in users' interviews. Let's do that, which is like read the R in CRUD. And we've done this many times, and it's the same with SvelteKit 1, not the same as in beta and alpha and hidden SvelteKit, which is the first time I did the stream, and things were changing rapidly. But as it stands now, and as it has been for quite a long time now, you need the path to reflect your the directory structure here to reflect the path that the user is gonna be putting in. So I guess like this could be like dashboard. Maybe naming it dashboard would make it things easier for you to plug in your own idea, but it could also be like interviews, and then you see like all your interviews. Maybe I will name it dashboard for your peace of mind. And we could base it off. We could base it off the profile route, to be honest. And maybe we can have like kind of the best of both worlds and have like a dashboard / interviews for this. And maybe we can have like a load method that does this check that protects all the routes underneath. Maybe that makes sense. And do this with nested layouts. Or like an app. Thinking about it. So dashboard, because I don't want to be doing this check to redirect to login like every time. If I'm being honest. Let's just do it like this for now, and I'll think about merging this into a core layout later as an optimization. So, dashboard route. So the metadata first. This is behind login, so web scrapers are not gonna see them. And should we remove this? I will remove the actual handlers. Or should we keep one? Yeah, let's keep like a create or a new. Let's say create. And then in here, just delete this stuff, the logout one, and this one. Create interview schema for later. Let's delete it. We'll create it later. And now we won't need the user here. We'll need other stuff. We'll be adding later. We did need the schema for this. Oh well. Here. it's going to be wildly different. And I'm not sure if this is saving me time or not, but it's fine. So we're checking whether the user is logged in or not. First, this is a reason to nest everything inside like a layout. Maybe we should do that, actually. We'll do this as the next step. So that's a good compromise for me, so we don't have too much code repetition. Then we don't want to get anything from Supabase for now. And for the UI, I guess we will be copying a lot of the state stuff, but not yet. It's going to be more confusing if we actually use them. Dashboard. But yeah, we won't be using any of this. And now, after all of this, we should have a dashboard route. Then if it's something else. Dashboard invoices, no, that's a different story. So dashboard route is here. Great. Before I did all of this, I should have done a few commits, but that's fine. So here, let's do a commit. So we did the script stuff that was generated TypeScript temps from the schema using these. Let's do that. And we did do the profile stuff to allow the user name. And now we're finally moving on to the big table. So essentially we'll be doing the same thing as we did here, but in a bigger scale. And the dashboard route has been created. However, we need an easy way to get there. So in our header, we can actually make the if. Not really. This is not React, so we can actually have. No, we cannot. Two anchors in the same list item. We could, but we don't want to. So let's end this list item here and begin a list item here. I knew it. All right. So now it works the same, but can add another list item for dashboard. And we'll need a hamburger menu one day, I'm sure. But not today. So now we can easily go the dashboard route. And kind of like an interview array, I guess. The array. And maybe we can even say haven't created any interviews. Looks great. What's up with that? I don't have it inside an element. That's what's up with that. So maybe you can have that's the create button, I guess, here. But if you do have interviews, then we do want to show something else. Which I guess depends on what its interview is going to have. It's going to have like the company name. It's going to have some notes for sure, the role. So let's try to figure that out. Let's create like a type interview. And I guess it's going to have IDs or company name. Role string, indeed, GitHub Copilot. Maybe they heard me. It's gonna have, it could have like a date, but it could have like many interviews as well. So processes could be the interview processes. You have like sub interviews. Maybe you have stages. Maybe that's the way to call it. Notes for sure. I'm thinking in my head something I should have done with like Excalibur and a whiteboard or something. The database schema, how is this going to look like? Is it going to be a one-to-many relationship? Probably. So we'll have a table in the database which is going to have all the interviews. The interviews are going to have IDs. They're going to have company names, roles like junior software engineer or whatever, notes, maybe like relevant URLs. But the interview isn't just you do one interview and you're out. They have multiple sessions or multiple sub-interviews. That's what I'm thinking of. You're in the interview process and then you're like in stages. So yeah, maybe an interview, a single interview has many stages. That kind of makes sense. But for now, we'll just keep it generic. It could have key skills that you think they have. And we could also be asking you, what do you think are your best skills and what do you think, what you're currently learning? So not necessarily what are you weakest at, I guess. What are your gaps? Just what are you currently learning? It's always good to always be learning something. Started learning how to do improv comedy. So let's start with this stuff, which is like as generic as possible, just a single table. I think that makes sense. You'll see the company you're applying for, the role you're applying for, you can add your own notes and the skills. Like even writing down those things, even like being reflective for a moment and seeing my strengths are these in regards to skills. And I'm trying to learn this, typing it out. And then for this interview, it seems like the key skills is this. It does help. It does help you be better prepared for the interview itself. So that's nice. So let's try. Can I ask Copilot? I will. see what it can do. Oh, cool. Interview round. Round is another cool name. It's like, please replace this. If I press this, it doesn't quite replace it. But it manages in the end. Oh, it forgot IDs. I find that the GitHub Copilot is quite good, but it needs to be convinced to do it well. The ID should be... You need to add IDs on them. It's like, oh yeah, like, here's some IDs. Don't actually use. It's taken a while. So I'm wondering, is it actually running behind the scenes, like this library, the UID4 library? SvelteKit does provide this, I think, a way to generate these IDs. All right, so let's delete all of this. Question is, was this faster than me writing this? Scikit-learn. I'd never go to scikit-learn for sure. So that's cute. All right, so we have our mock interviews. Let's create a little table for them. And here's a point where I may be doing a snippet, we'll see. Article, you say? Not really. All right, and the interviews, what do they have? I like how they've made the company names be like this. So company name, role, notes, modify this. All right, we have some mock data here. And guess we need to talk to the database now. Huh. But we cannot create them, so my plan is kind of failing. Not really. We can do the table first, I guess. I did mention mock data, so that's fine. So let's move on to Tailwind UI, I guess, and see if I can get some inspiration on how this should look. Everyone needs tables. I think I kind of like this the most. I think I've used it before. It even has an edit button. So let's try that out. Let's create a component here. Table.svelte. Paste all of this in. All right, getting somewhere. You can scroll horizontally as well. Always nice. So what do we have here? Ah, they even have like the add thing here. Cool. I should have tried to get inspiration earlier. However, I'm not going to do it like that. So all of this gone, this and this gone. And here is where we need to change like some of the colors, because I guess they are like hard coded to be on white mode. Ugh, the shadow is insane. And it's using a ring, they say. What does it do? Can you focus it? Let's see, this is right. It's kind of like a shadow thing that they're doing. Don't really understand. And is this happening because I ate this? Let's find out. Not really. I'm trying to understand what's with the... all right. So for mobile layouts, they don't have the rounded corners because they are assuming that this will be full width, I guess. I guess. Let's keep the rounded corners in any case. By removing this prefix, it just looks nicer. Divide gray could be a thing. Name, role. What else do we have here? Notes that we should be truncating. Say key skills. And that's kind of it. Let's select the notes section. Remove the text stuff. And then could work. If it's the divide thing. Yeah, no need for extra dividers, it's fine. And this could be a button. Cool trick with a screen reader as well. Within the actual name of the record. Edit this interview. Cool. We'll see what this will be doing one day. For now, I guess no classes. And this looks kind of fine to me. The shadow is kind of nuts. Why is the shadow not like rounded? That's a question for the ages, surely. At least this makes it look a bit better. So this has like these weird margins. I'm not sure why. I think we're fine without them. Remove this extra div. Right, we won't be messing too much with this. I think that could be good enough for now. There is a new. There is something about scrolling and shadows and cropping that has landed recently, hasn't it? Overflow. Is it like crop? Clip? I think this is going to be it. Not clip. It's something else. Scroll? No. It's like a new thing that has been added. Is it a new overflow thingy? I'm certain something has changed recently. What can I use? Sort of overflow. Probably not anchor, not overlay. I think it may be clip. Nah, it's not. It's something else. Oh well, I'll have to figure it out offline. Because I do want the shadow to appear here. I guess that's part of the problem, right? CSS overflow, keep shadow new attribute. This has recently been added. Is it clip? It looks like it's clip. With clip margin, maybe that's it. Cute. It's not clip, it's something else with margin, but I'm not gonna mess around with it too much yet. Doesn't really matter. can take care of the styles offline. The thing we want to do here, as we get out of the CSS rabbit hole, hey Alexander, loved part 1, happy to see the continuation. Oh, amazing. Yeah, we have tons of cool stuff. And the coolest will probably be the Stripe integration. I'm super looking forward to that. For sure. For real, for real. Let's export this time for now. And here, instead of having this hard-coded thing, we're gonna do an it's again. It's interviews as something. Company name, role, key skills, notes. Company name, role. For now, let's say key skills, join with a comma, space. And not the roles, it's not. And of course, now we need to feed our table the interviews. Try to be cool and failed. All right, now we're cooking. Yeah, we could do better with like shading or whatever, but I think this gets the job kinda done. Oh, we forgot one. This one is the notes. And can I truncate this? Can I just say truncate? Will this ever work? Max W 30 characters. Oh yeah, cool. Yeah, so we can show like the first 15 characters or something. And then have a button to see more, like magnifying glass at the interviews and the notes, that sort of thing. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. Dare say it looks good. Yeah, it looks like on like bigger screens we could make this be a bit bigger as well. My question is, how big does this get? Like if I remove this, what happens? Still kind of the same. All right, fair enough. What else do we want? To have it in a breakout section here. So I did expect this to be bigger. But anyway, doesn't really matter. We have the nice table that we always wanted here. We now no longer need this duplication, so consider it gone. Yeah, it does bother me how is that why they had like the weird margin? Does it have any other margin somewhere? Is it the padding? It's the padding, isn't it? Doesn't look like it. Is it this? Not really. Oh, it's this. So why did it have this padding again? I'm not sure. For the shadow to look nicer. Doesn't really matter. So I'm not gonna worry too much. So, with that in mind, I think the table looks good enough. We want a way for users to be able to add the interviews that they have scheduled. And so we can actually hook this up with real data. But would we be doing this first? Let's see, what do I have planned here? And let's do the search stuff first. No, we've been doing this. So let's finish by removing our UI. Let's actually do it here. Let's do the third layout stuff. So one of the ways you can share some logic with SvelteKit, even if you don't want to share a route path. So we could say that the user now needs to go to dashboard/profile to see their profile and /dashboard/interviews. And then everything that's under /dashboard gets protected by the logic that will be added. But what if we don't want needless paths? What if we still want to keep /profile here, not under another route, dashboard route? And what if we want this to just be dashboard, not dashboard interviews? But still, we don't want to duplicate this logic where we check the session to see if the user is logged in, and if they're not, we kick them out to the login route. So one of the way to do this is by grouping some routes with a bracket with a parenthesis directory. So let's see if I can actually see specific terminology from SvelteKit, like route groups, I guess. Here. So maybe let's add it here. So advanced routing here. Commonly, you may have like your app logic, and then you can have your marketing page logic indeed, and you can group like your layout here and stuff. Maybe we'll call it app. So yeah, let's have brackets app. So usually anything in the routes directory is reflected in the user path, but anything that you add in parentheses is not going to be reflected. It's just as if it wasn't there. But it's helpful because magic files that you add here are going to be read. So a layout, a plus layout file, or a plus page.server, or a plus layout file will get read. And that's exactly what we want, because we want to kind of copy this plus layout.server.ts here. And in this layout, can I get something from the locals? I guess so. In this layout, I want to do this logic. Which we have repeated for our dashboard route as well. So I don't want to do it in those two places. I just want to do it here in this one file, because I'll have many routes that are going to be protected. I just want to write this code once and move on with my life. So here I can bring in the redirect. And anything else that I don't need anymore? Yes, I will need everything. Yeah. So if I open an incognito window, I'm not logged in. If I try to go to the dashboard route, I should be redirected to the login route. But because I removed that logic, I can actually see it. And if I go to profile, I guess because I don't have a user session, I still get redirected. We have like an extra thing there. But that's by the by. Let's say that we want to protect the dashboard and profile routes with the same logic. Again, we got redirected because I was actually fetching from the users table. And if you don't have a user, then we get you to logged in, even though this should be like an error page and be like, call us because this is unexpected. This should never happen. But now that we have this shared layout, if my calculations are correct, if we slide this dashboard route here, eventually, this will work the same. So I'm still in dashboard. I'm not in app/dashboard or anything like that, because app is under brackets, but this layout logic runs. So you see that this has actually been redirected us. So no matter how hard I try to go to the dashboard route, now our logic kicks in and the dashboard route is protected and we get redirected to login. So anything that requires you to be logged in will have this file run protecting it. And if you're not logged in, you get redirected to the /login page. So you can call this whatever. You can call this like protected route, whatever. It doesn't matter. What you put in there is not magic. You should use something that makes you understand it better. What is magic is the parentheses. Adding the parentheses makes this thing work, be ignored. Without the parentheses, again, this route would not exist. You need to go to app/dashboard for this to work. Add in the parentheses, tell SvelteKit, do run these files. No, Dano, come on. But don't do anything to reflect the directory structure to the URL that the visitor, the user, needs to visit. Cool. I am gonna slide the profile route here in the app directory too. And this is cool because maybe you've already linked people, maybe people have already favorited the /profile route and you don't want to tell them, well, actually, you need to redirect now to the /dashboard/profile. So this is a cool way to do this. Right, so everything still works and we have less code. which is always a dream. The thing here is, I guess if you have like no user, like if this is null, like this breaks, right? Like when I say single, I think Supabase is gonna throw an error if it finds nothing. So I would have expected this to be typed as this only, not or null. I don't think this can ever be null. I guess if there is an error, it's null. So maybe we can do this. So that's cool with the Supabase. It knows that if there is no error, then this is always defined. So that's good. Is there like an error helpful error helper? So this would be an unexpected error. So throw error. So we can just throw this Supabase error. Let's say could not find profile. And if there is no error, so if we haven't thrown the error here, then this is always defined. Great. Love it. What else do we need? We did this, we kind of did this. We did this as well. I forget to check things off, and it's so satisfying to check things off, so I don't know why we didn't do it. So instead of these hard-coded interviews that ChatGPT created for us, how do we get them from Supabase? In the locals, we have the Supabase client, and we should be doing Supabase from interviews. Select star or whatever, but that's not a real thing. And our TypeScript types tell us that it's not a real thing. However, it's not stopping us from actually reading from this table that doesn't exist. I guess we'll get an error here, which is kind of funny. And this knows that the data will never be what we expect. So that's good, at least. That at least is good. So in order for this to work, we need a migration. And instead of writing it from scratch, we can try to do it with the UI. If you're like super front end, this may be the way to do it. So we can create a new table for interviews. Enable lower level security, great. Not need for real time. We can have an ID that's going to be a unique ID. Random ID, great. Created that, great. What else? we probably want just company, I guess, here, but it's going to be text. Can it be null? Let's say it can be null. We want the role. It's going to be a text. And let's say it can be null, even though I don't think it should. Should we just not make them? Yeah, let's make them required. Let's make skills text, and this one we'll define it as an array. Array of strings. And what else do we want here? Notes. Sure, your own personal notes. And we can have more like next date, next session, scheduled date or something. And most of all, we want this to be attached to a user. So foreign key relation is going to be from the public schema, the user ID. And if we remove this, the user, we can just delete cascade. So if we delete a user, like if a user says, I'm done with you, delete all my data, then we can delete the user and it will delete these entries as well. Which is nice. Not independent. I guess that should cascade as well, I guess. All right, so user ID, unique ID here. Let's have it first and foremost. And we can have like an updated add column or something. So let's create this. Save it. And then set up our RLS policies. New policy. Get started quickly, why not? And we want read access to a specific user and update access based on their user ID. Delete access only on the user ID. Maybe we can copy this one for later. So definitely delete access when this expression is true. When this column is here, save it. Another RLS policy. Again, let's use the delete one because that's a specific one. Only select when the logged in ID is same to it corresponds to the user ID value. Oh, is it all? See the templates again. Interesting. think it should be the same for the other rows. Usually I just do the same thing for all of them. I've never used the all. So this looks like the one that we want to use. This, instead of using this and sec equals this, but it doesn't feel like it actually updates this correctly. Anyway, so for all, I think if we just update this and we say enable CRUD for users based on user ID, it should be fine. So I think we should be good to go. So the delete access one is deleted, and any operation, if your user ID is the one you're logged in with, then you can do everything. That feels fair. That feels nice and simple. So now we can generate our types again. Now we should be getting the suggestion that we have an interviews table as well, indeed. And we can select star. And if error, that's not how I want to type this. But this should be an array of interviews or something that supersedes or that overlaps with our interviews, I think. Maybe not, maybe this will need some mapping. But in any case, this now returns an empty array, which is great. It means we can read it. Without that RLS, we wouldn't have been able to run this operation. Without having a table, this would have crashed, I'm sure. So we played around with the UI. Let's create a migration based off what we made. And with that, it's similar to what we did before, but also in the previous stream, but also different. So let's pnpx Supabase dbdiff, and then the file we want to add it to, create interviews table, and check out if what we get looks legit. In theory, the Supabase CLI should be able to figure out that, oh, from the migrations that you have and what is now in your local running Supabase, it looks like you have an extra table that has these columns, it has these RLS policies. So let's see. I trust tools to write better SQL than I. That's for sure. It does say the diff tool is not foolproof. Verify. So what do we need to verify? We need to verify this schema, I suppose. It looks like it is creating a new table, interviews, has ID, user ID, company, role, skills, notes, and created that. And then adds row level security, which I think is going to work. Adds some keys, primary keys. Oof. Grant update. That's not what we wanted. Like for service role, I imagine yes, but I expected to only see this policy, so that's kind of interesting. The indexes make sense. All these like grant delete and stuff doesn't make sense to me, so I'm gonna delete them. But I am gonna keep the policy because that's what we want. All right, so let's log out and reset the database and see if we've messed up the aggression. I think it's DB reset. Suspense. It run. Let's see if we can still log in. We can. We forgot our name because it's a first database. We can still save our name. Great. And it looks like we can still read from the interviews table. So that's good. Let's see if we can create a new interview. But for now, let's consider the migration complete. And let's say what? Let's say here I guess we need to map the company. And the skills. We should actually be able to get this from the database. Do I ever use this though? Don't actually, maybe I need ID. So company role, notes, skills. What's this about? Wow, the refactoring did a few crazy things. Not quite what I expected. So what happened here? The scope became this? I guess so. I think that kind of worked. Right, and here, why is it still complaining? What's the problem? Something should be optional. Notes. All right, types are good. So let's create some interviews. Let's say that here we have a form again. My hands are super cold, so I'm mistyping more often than usual. And it's gonna be a post form. There you go. Yeah, because we're gonna be mutating data, and the action. Wow. I need to spend a bit of time in the fireplace, I think. Wow. Create. I think that's how we did it. Okay, I've done this so many times, and yet every time I need to double check. That's life. And inside that form, what will we have? We'll have many things. So I'm wondering, should this be like a component at this point? That's probably something I will do offline, to be honest. Right, so let's have this. Maybe even the company name will be like this. I guess this, we can make it a bit tamer in regards to the size. Maybe text LZ, text XL, like one step below. Expect this to be bigger. They're like a good company. Iron Studios. And all right, I guess we want the same thing for everything. And should we already make this a component? No, we can extract it later. I think we're fine. That's company. Then B-rolls as well. The table, not interviews. I'll think about one of the things I'll think about. Samples there or not. Do we need any more on the interviews front? Notes and skills, I guess that's it. This should be required. This should be required. And then, because the skills are gonna be like comma separated, we're gonna add them later. Hey Tavi, nice to see you too as well. Hope your portfolio is going well. I love the text gradient effect, the animated text gradient effect that you wanted to do. I think it looks very cool, and I think you can do it. Right, so this one, notes. So we had a few H2s in the profile page. So maybe I do want to refactor this, extract this into a component. Heart eyes may be my favorite emoji. And here we have lib components. Let's create, well, let's copy the title one, call it subtitle. Or header, section header. Section heading. Subheading. Better than subtitle. And it actually is going to be, what did I copy here? This. Copied the wrong thing. So what did we have here? Like 2 steps above. So maybe for LZ, this can also be 2 steps bigger. So that's a nice little refactor. And the only place where I do H2s should be in the profile page, I guess. Oh, do it in the hero too, but it's a different thing. Here I do it in the new page, do it here. Okay, so the related ones are indeed here in the profile page. So here is the subheading. So if I decide to do like a gradient here, I can do it. And here, I need to add a class. All well and good. And in our dashboard, can do the same thing here. Use subheading. want our nice button. Here at the end of the form. I don't know when it will be disabled. Bring in the button. All right, that feels correct. So you fill in those things, and that should result to a new interview that goes straight into our table. But for that to work, we need to go to our backend. We need to go to our corresponding class-based server, and the corresponding action, the create action that we've kept. And I guess we do need user ID again. So we can check this again, just in case it's expired, I suppose. And this time, the schema is going to be an object that's going to have company, that's like Z string, max name length, role, notes, no max, company, but this one is optional, yes. And we can parse all the form data, I suppose. By all the form data, namely, I actually mean form data get those things. And then invalid inputs. We can make this more helpful in the future. So now, if I try to submit, I will be told in these notes, this needs to be different, and this should also be a text field, I guess. That's why I didn't want to add it. It doesn't have a max length, and these should have different names. Or whatever. And yeah, let's check this out. This shouldn't be required. Okay, get submitted. Let's try again too. Empty field also gets submitted. Doesn't look like we get any errors. It's all well and good. So we can go straight to the critical moment. Where here we can get all the validation data and say the autocomplete is doing it for us. Supabase, from the interviews table, insert this. So even if you're inserting things, you're saying insert from, which is kind of weird. But hey, that's SQL ORMs for you. It's not insert into. It's not Supabase dot into, which would better reflect SQL. But what can you do? So let's insert this. We're inserting our own user ID here in this field. So we should be good. And if error, we did error out somehow in the profile. Let me know if you can hear someone maniacally trimming their trees. Hopefully not. Hopefully not. I can definitely hear him. So here we can just say could not create interview. All right, we're not going to be returning any data, so I don't know why GitHub Copilot did this, but we should be good to go. Let's see. So creating this, should add a new interview to our database, and therefore we should get to the table view. Apparently it did not. And did we get a database error? No. Did we error out at some other point? Did I mess up the row level security? Did I just put this in the wrong place? So everything must have happened here. Let's try again. Yeah, we know. Am I pointing to the correct action? I must be. Let's do the classic. Let's say that the interview should be this, and log it. And use it here too. And see, do we ever make it on this step? The answer is no, but where is this break-in? We're not getting like any errors anywhere. We make it here. And do we make it here? No. So here we get the fail of you need to be logged in. So we don't have a session. That makes no sense. It must be working. Yeah, so we make it so far. We make it here. And we make it here. Well, there's an error. Great. That's what you want to see. Company role notes. Company role notes. Company role notes. I guess we need like front-end logic to show that this failed. Maybe in the inspector, the request was showing this. So what did I do wrong? Company name equals company role name. What's name? It's name. This is notes. Was that the problem? Column user ID of relation interview doesn't exist. So is this a classic case where the autocomplete is failing us? I think so. I think so. So here Copilot was like user ID, but it should be doing user underscore ID. And I think that's it. I'm so confident this is gonna work that I'm gonna remove all console logs. Great, different error. That's something. Cannot read properties of null. So I think now we're getting like some results, and maybe we're doing like dot something. Yeah. So in our table, in the skills where we join TypeScript, got this. This may be null. All right. So would have worked. So here we can do like if skills. Is there any other way we can do this? Skills join or just the dash. Yeah. So there you go. That worked. Eventually. And that's nice. What else did we say we would do? Delete. Let's do the delete. So we can add one because we only saw the form when you have none. Right. So do I have a trash bin icon? Trash. No. Add another column. It's asked for screen readers. Column delete. And here indeed. say that this is a delete column. And this one should have the ID for sure. So, we did have it. Great. So let's get the ID out. And for this operation too, we can do the same thing. We can have a form. It will be a post form. It will be doing the delete action. Let's name this CRUD for delete. And this will just be a button. And by default, since it's inside the form, it will be a submit button. And here it is. And if we go to our backend, we can copy our create action, have a delete action, and I don't think we need a filter now. Is that true? Let's check. Do I always need a filter? Should always have a filter. That's that's true, I guess. Now it will be matched by ID. That's fine. Which is fair enough, because I forgot that we should have a hidden input here in our little delete. So our form should have an input type hidden, where the value is the ID and the name is also ID. And we could say that delete schema is just Z-string if you want to be obnoxious, if you want to be thorough. So we won't need your user ID now, so that's fine. And delete schema, save parse from that get ID. And that's going to be the ID here. We're not going to do any of that. And we're going to do the delete operation. So we're going to do delete, not everything, just where, I guess, ID. Could not delete this. And now we should be good to go. So let's see, let's press this delete button. Bam, delete it, delete it. And we're back to creation mode. Still works. Love it. Right. So we have not proven that random naughty people cannot delete interviews of others, but it's the role level security that should be taking care of that. But let's log out as Johnny. Let's sign up with someone else. And locally, you don't need to use like your actual emails. So you can be anyone you want. you can be like, oh, I immediately thought of again, famous from video games. Then I thought of John Romero, who is also a John, and that's that may be confusing. And then I thought of John Carmack, who is also a John. I'm like, what's happening here? But yeah, let's try this one for the lols. So the in bucket, the Supabase in bucket, does actually have any email address you want. Maybe not. All right, there you go. So we found this one. Can log in. We can say, please call me Doom Guy. That's going to be saved. And you can see that in their interviews, they don't see any, even though we've just created one. So if we look here, I have my Larian interview, Larian Studios one, famous from Baldur's Gate, but Romero doesn't have any. So let's say they're applying for Double Fine as junior. And immediately they can create this interview. Great. Has been created. We now have 2 records. They only see 1. And if they were to be naughty here and go to inspect that element and get this value and change it, and if they somehow knew that the other interview ID had this, which is another reason to use unique IDs, UUIDs, instead of integers for IDs. If it was an integer, they could see that this is interview 3, and then maybe they'd be like, oh, let's see, like, let's try to delete interview 2 just to be mischievous. So even if you did this, even if browsers allowed you to change hidden inputs like this, and you press delete, then you see that this is not deleted, but also like the other one is not deleted either. So it's just not gonna work thanks to RLS, and I guess thanks to browsers who also I think are doing something. So even if you edit the HTML for hidden inputs, I think something goes wrong. They don't actually update it, but not sure on that. I'm sure there are ways to get around that browser safety feature as well. So that's by the by. The important thing is that even though they were trying to be naughty and get us to delete an interview they didn't have access to, it's not going to happen thanks to RLS, role level security. Cool. I was going to add like a trash bin icon or something, but I think that's fine. We can keep going. Do we need the dialogue? I guess so. Like this UI thing won't make sense if we don't have more inputs. So it's time to bring in Melt UI and bring in this dialogue. So you press a button. And something like this will open, and the format we had will actually be here. So we can have it visible even when we have the table. I think this is nicer than going into a separate page, and you can still make it so you go there when you have an href open. But first, actually bringing in Melt UI is not one step. It is kind of, it does need a few steps, but they do have a helper for us. So I can pnpx Melt UI CLI, and then it's going to initialize it for a project. Is it going to say, don't proceed, don't do anything. Because first, let's commit stuff. Oh, Dino. All right, now that we've done this, let's try again, and it's going to be easier to just keep track of what this tool is going to do, and we'll install the preprocessor as well. SvelteKit is there, so we just went with the defaults with this tool. And let's see what it's added for us. It's brought in Melt UI and the preprocessor and the Svelte Melt UI library. PNP log updated because we updated bucket.json, and it updated some things in the Svelte config to add the preprocessor, I suppose. So here, it made this comment a bit tighter. I don't know why. Doesn't really make sense. It added the sequence helper to say first preprocess for Vite and then preprocess for Melt UI, which is fair enough. It also formatted this in 2 lines for no real reason, and 8 a line here, and 8 another line here. All right, it doesn't really matter. What the tool did for us is essentially bring the sequence helper, so it will also be doing the Melt UI preprocess here for our Svelte code. So that's all it did. Not too crazy, just a few steps, like if you need to do it yourself. But still, unlike like headless UI or a library like that, like material UI, it's not just bring in the library and start using components. And what we are going to use is the dialog component. So we have a code sample here. Maybe we'll just copy wholesale. Sports this will do. I think it's gonna be fine. Let's peruse the other examples as well. Oh, sidebar, which is cool. Oh, the delete one cannot be undone. This. Dialogues within dialogues gets even darker every time you do it. But yeah, the difference with this library is that it gives you helper variables to decide which UI to show. So you don't bring in like a dialog component from Melt UI. You bring in a builder for you to make your own dialog component. That's one of the reasons I like this. And by default, it should be adding the dialog in the body. So it should be good to go. So this is going to be the component that gets portaled in. Overlay, content, title. Yeah, that looks fine enough. Is there anything fancier? Why should we do this? Yeah, it looks kind of nice. Okay, let's copy this one. And should this be just a button? Just trying to think here. Create form. Trying to think what are the variables gonna be here for the input fields. Let's go step by step. Let's delete this one. Or actually, let's log out and log again with mine, just to keep the funny Romero Roman. So let's delete this, and we want this form to only appear when we click a button. Let's go step by step. So maybe we want this to be the trigger button and nothing else should be visible. So we can create a create form component. Create Svelte. Do they call it dialog? It's like the American one. I guess so. And we can copy all of this, paste all of this, and instead of create one now, we can use the create dialog component. Let's just create it. And brought it in. Now we brought it in. But I guess there were some problems here. We don't want to be flying in and doing fades and stuff, I guess. And that X, we'll see if we'll do a transition later. And the X from this side, let's just make a regular X. All right, so we have this dialog here, and we click it, and immediately you see we open into this dialog, which is fine, which is good. And here, let's say create one now. And I guess, where did they have the fly transition? The content one. So this was the one that had the transition. And as well transition. Fly, I think we can do like a Y something. The Y value. Fly. Just a Y? Sure. Let's say 48. Say 32. Doesn't really matter. And yeah, this button, it can just be this type of button. Oof, but it needs to be on a DOM element. It's interesting. Can I make our button take trigger it's not. For now, let's just copy everything from here, the class. Cool. And this could be a dialogue, I guess, to be a bit more semantic, even though we won't really be using it like a dialogue. This should be the dialogue, I think. Let's see, where is the point where we actually get to? Does the Svelte inspector get me to the correct line? That's another thing that would be cool to know. Oh, it does. That's amazing. So I guess this should be the model. Still works the same, it looks like. This is just the overlay, so that's all fine. And here it has like some kinda crazy styles for its width and height. Which maybe we don't need. Maybe we do. It's W pros, I think. Oh, I made it up. Yeah, we'll need to kind of fix this. We'll figure it out. And gonna make this is surface accent 1, maybe. Ugh. Front 2. Ugh. It kind of looks alright. An even bigger shadow, great. Don't hard code this sort of text. I guess in this case, we can actually copy what we had here in our form. So this should be a subheading. Ugh. But we cannot use a subheading because we do the use title thing. Oh well. Copy some classes again. And we don't want this. We just want the label. Z. And the button. And the form. Just want the whole form. So these field sets, delete them. What's that? Div. Okay, I think we're good. So here, paste in all these things, paste in the button, get in the max length. We don't want this anymore, but we do want to create interview, this name. So yeah, we're getting somewhere. But I guess we want to invert this. Maybe. What's gonna be the accent one? I'm not sure which one I like most. Like for your stuff, you should go for more boring colors. This is getting a bit out of hand. But hey, it's not that bad. All right, so this should work the same. There's like this weird close button. It's trying to be like cool in the corner here. Does the whole thing have like too much padding? Yeah, that looks a bit better. The thing with Delaware is like, I hope you have wide monitors, because there's gonna be a lot of classes. And for this button, we need an actual X icon, to be honest. But for now, maybe this is fine. Is it actually doing anything? Yes. I think it does. Nothing really on focus. All right, it's not looking half bad. Maybe add a bit of gap here. Looking okay. And let's not forget that all of this we just copied, we can delete. So now it looks a bit better. Yeah, hope you had faith in me, and I hope you kind of like what you see. It's not looking half bad. So, and again say Larian and create it, still works the same, but we can still have the create dialog, I guess. Anyway. But it can have like a different name. I see. It can be like a less fancy button. Ah, right. So maybe this title, nah, it cannot be a slot, unfortunately. This button cannot be a slot because we're using melt trigger. But this could be. I would want this to be smaller if it's if you already have a few interviews. This is like a bit intense. Oh, that's fine. So let's do another one for right. So we can add multiple now. What else? All right, we can add many. We can add as many as we want. And this should be quite responsive. Yeah, the max width of this should be restrained. Which I guess we can do. With max W pros. Why not? So it won't get ridiculously big. Looks fine. Light mode, not too bad. Decent. Shadow is a bit intense, but fine. Yeah, dark mode, definitely better. Cool. So create thing with model. Awesome. Flip animation. So that's fun. You may hear flip and much like me be like, I don't want to flip anything. But it actually stands for first last invert play. And essentially it means when you add and remove records from the DOM, then SvelteKit will take care to animate them into their new positions smoothly. So no flipping involved. It's about doing a cool, very regular transition. So we'll try to do this, but we'll need to identify them. Or will we not? I'm not sure. Much like React needs the key for list items to identify this is the actual item, we'll need to somehow identify the the unique parameter that each item has. And I guess in our case, it's going to be the ID. So the only thing that we will do could be the parenthesis ID. Let's see. As a reminder, if we press delete now, it just removes it and that's it. But I guess that's also because we're not using an enhanced form. So let's do that first. So in our table, the delete functionality, this is not enhanced, but it can be enhanced. Let's use enhance here. And now when we do the same thing, you see that we didn't have like a server request. We did this client side, so it was smoother, faster. And what we want to do here is add the identifier here in parentheses. Identifier is going to be the ID. That's how Svelte is going to know that the row is going to be unique. And this row is the one we want to animate flip. So let's bring in flip. Let's bring in the quint out. And let's see if that does anything. Not really for now, but that's fine. Let's see if the delete. So ideally, the delete should make this opacity out and this slide up. Kinda, like this one was brought down, which is not what I expected. I guess it's from how I've styled things. Oh well. I guess if I had like millions of items and the screen was full, then the effect would be better. But again, that's something I would work on offline. And that still doesn't look like bad, I wouldn't say. Should these have a different surface? Should its item have a different surface? Not sure. We did the flip. All right, let's see if we can do soft deleting, which sometimes, like now, you want to let the user delete records. That's almost always the case. But sometimes users are like, I didn't mean to delete this, sorry. So a trick for that is that you can have a soft delete or a delete column in your database. And then when the user says, I want to delete this, instead of deleting it from the database, actually what you do, you update that delete column from your database. So then you can have a view where you have all the trashed items, all the deleted items, and then even every 30 days you can clean it up completely and they're lost forever. Or what we're going to do, we can provide a little toast which says we deleted this record, undo, and then if they press undo, then we just unmark it as deleted because it's still in the database. There are more complicated ways to do this. You could fake the deletion and delay it for like 30 seconds and whatnot. But then you are kind of asking the user to be like on top, to not press any like weird buttons like escape to dismiss the toast, to be fast to act. And that's kind of bad. So it's actually a pro tip to have this delete column in your database to mark whether something is soft deleted. As far as the user is concerned, it's actually deleted, but you know that it's in your database. So if they did something they didn't mean to do, you can help them out and recover the data for them. So I think that's what I want to do there. And that's also the last thing that we'll do. It seems today we're like 3.5 hours in. So let's commit what we've got so far. Let's commit what we've got so far. Just trying to think. This definitely needs like more space. So what we had here is we didn't attach the edit as well. So that's a bit sad. This could also be opening up the model, but in this case, it's the edit model. So that's something to do at some point. Because then we'll have covered everything. So maybe we'll do that break later and then finish up. All right, so for this to happen, we need another migration because what we want now is that soft delete column deleted. And this is going to be just a boolean, yes or no, true, false. By default, it's false. But we need to remember now, what did I press? Something dramatic, something bad. Kill terminal, get out. We need to remember when we load the data, in our corresponding page of server.ts, now what I want to select, I want deleted to be false. But I didn't get auto-completion for this because I haven't generated the TypeScript types. So let's generate again. So now what I want is the delete operation. Instead of actually deleting, I want this to be an update. I want to make deleted true. And that should visually work the same. This slid up. I guess the rest of the surface should remain the same for a while. Anyway, we will make it work. I think it's some UI stuff, to be honest. So we want the toast. So here you can see that deleted has been true, and we can make it false again. And then if we load the data, it's back there, and then we can delete it. Kind of flies in, not really. But when we delete, we want the notification to say you've just deleted this thing, and an undo button where we can recover. So let's do that. And we can do it with UI again, because they do have a nice toast component. Maybe one day we'll have like a vanilla toast component, like we have models now in vanilla HTML. But creating this yourself is quite a lot of work, and it's quite handy to use MeltUI for this. Blah, blah, blah. But is it actually a lot of work? Because it's been a while since I've worked this. So it's using portals again. And I guess it's a component that we keep adding stuff to, like in a store. Yeah, that makes sense. So let's go step by step actually here. So let's copy all of this. Lib components. Let's create a poster with Svelte. Poster, what a name. And we can go to our layout to add this. And I guess we could be adding it only in the app layout if we really want to, because it is going to be like a bit of extra code. But now that I think about it, in the login page, we may want to send to a toast model anyway, so it's fine. It's not going to be that much extra code. So we can go to our root layout, not a sub layout, and add a toaster. This guy. And I guess thanks to MeltUI, we get this toasts store that we can add things to. And we've re-exported the add toast thingy, so all good. Title, description, color, they say. Toast data could be anything. We just made it up. All right. So on deletion, we want to add a toast. But actually what that means is that here in the delete action, we're using enhance. And if everything goes correctly, so in the callback method, then we want to add a toast. Is that going to do anything? Let's see. Yeah, it did. So that's kind of nice. And we can dismiss the toast, but all the styles are like terrible. Because I guess it doesn't have any styles whatsoever. This is like a vanilla example, but I can only imagine that we can steal some code from here and actually copy this guy. Again, it has a dismiss from the site Svelte that we're not going to use. That's fine. Let's bring in the flip. There you go. Some good uses of flip here. And this is just going to be capital X. So I'd have imagined that this would not be taking any space now because of all the styles that we've added. So it's slightly worrying that this is not fixed. But hey, let's delete this. We do get it at the top. Great. And we can press X to dismiss it. Also great. But we're not applying the action. But we're not applying the action. Let's look at the other place where we're using enhance. Yes, it's here with the handle submit. Not apply action result, but I think they have like another place. Form actions. Enhance. So they actually wanted. At the end, whatever happens here in the delete. Wait, update. So let's bring back our two jobs. Wait a minute, this should be nullable. Right. So now this comes back, this gets deleted because we update the action altogether. And this is essentially where we want the undo button to appear. But still, like this toaster. If I go to the layout without the toaster, you can probably see, I guess you cannot see, just making this up. I thought that the footer, I have made things so it always goes all the way to the button, but I guess I haven't. I guess that's something I should fix one day. So the toaster looks fine actually. And on mobile devices, it's at the top. And on desktop, it's at the bottom. Sure. It has some nice, pleasing width. This X could have a different color. Maybe something to fix one day, not now. this actually make the color work? Because I don't think Tailwind can work with dynamic data there. So I'm not so sure about that. But I guess it must be working. All right, let's delete it once again. Resource was created. Yeah, it's very hard to see actually. But what I really want is the undo functionality. But how can I pass this in? Should it be like an undo, a specific undo delete toast? Because I don't think I can pass in like a component here in the data for a specific operation. Can I? Maybe I can pass a thing here. I was thinking I could pass in a form. Should this be serializable, or can this be anything? Maybe it can be anything. Maybe it can be a component. Maybe it can be a component action. Yeah, I think I may need to leave this for another time. Make this background as well be glossy, like slightly transparent. That'd be cool. Just disappear on its own. But that's the idea, I guess. That we'll have an undo button. You click it, and then it finds that record and undoes it for you. But for that, we need, when we add the to do, to have the form action. Will that even work? I'm not sure. So here in the table, in the delete, where we do add this data, it should have like a form. But this should be a component, which I don't think is possible. Sadly. So that's unfortunate. It does mean that we'll need like a bespoke toast thingy. It just means that the toaster should have the form, and then instead of data description, like a form. Maybe this could be the action. And ID should be whatever. Data ID. So undo ID string or nothing. And the action, the undo action, should be string or nothing. So maybe the data can have an undo key actually. It has ID and action, and they're both strings. And we do have an undo thingy here. We say that the form method is post. Can't imagine it would ever be get. And the action is going to be data undo action. And then if I use the data undo ID, will that work? Maybe. I think we have a chance. So here we want an undo object. The ID is going to be this, and the action is not going to be undo. It's going to be. It is going to be undo. It's going to be undelete. Undelete. Restore. Undo delete. Restore. Let's say restore. And then in our form actions, for that page, which means here. Nope, missed. I meant here. I can copy the delete action. Make it a restore action. I copied too much. Now we're fine. Should we call it just restore schema for maximum fairness? Let's see. No, it's the same, like it's just an ID schema. And here we update to deleted false. All right, let's see. Press delete here. Source was created. Fail. Where's the button? Where's the form? Did we not add it? Guess not. Thought that would just work already. Flip them back manually, like savages. And therefore see them. And let's look at the toasters again. So if data undo, then you get this. And I think that's fine, actually. Data undo feels legit. And the data, it's this, and it has an undo key with an ID and a restore route. So maybe it just didn't hot reload enough. Maybe not. The resource was created. The resource was created. Ah, should it be here? I guess. I think that may have been the problem. And also, let's not forget, this should be One more try. How? Indeed, like the color does nothing. So that's something. But how is this? Does it need to be like top level? I can't imagine. I cannot imagine that be the case. Because we just made this type up, right? It's not like it's magic. Surely not. But maybe it is. Maybe it's only like these three things. Because if it needs to adhere to that like specific schema, like why isn't it telling us? Why isn't the schema exported? Oof, cute. But yeah, I guess the other elements are eaten, so we won't be doing it today. The idea is the same, like you have these things sliding out and you have like an action here. There must be a way to do this. Well, it's just because the sliding functionality is so awesome, like lovely. So this one has the progress thing. But it's still just to entitle description and color for this custom thing. I guess we could be adding these. We could be doing lots of stuff. Maybe using our own random store. But that's a story for another day. So we didn't quite do this. We did do the soft deleting, and we'll need to add a migration for this. Because that's still a bit better. If people want to undo something, even though they cannot do it with the UI, at least they can give us a message and we can do it there. And we'll figure out how to do the undo. Maybe it's going to be just another screen like many apps have, where you see all your trust recently deleted items and you can undo it. So, as our final chat break, how do we test all this? I think we'll talk about this more in a future stream, maybe the next stream, to be honest, on Friday, where we do more with Playwright and end-to-end. There are 4 approaches that I'm gonna briefly talk about today. So we have all of this functionality. Users can log in, they can go to their dashboard, they can create interviews, they can update their profiles. How do you test it? Approach number 1 is you don't test it. And that's an approach that many people take. I guess if you are a solo creator or a solo dev, it's very tempting to do this, because taking tests, especially starting to write tests when there aren't any in place, does take a lot of time. So if it's only you that's going to be working on this project, and if it's only you that has all the code in their head and you kind of know what's happening, you have full visibility of what's happening, you may be like, I'll be going faster if I just don't spend all the time up front writing the tests. And many people do that, and I can see the approach for sure. Valid approach. I cannot say it's invalid. Approach 2, 3, and 4 have the argument that, all right, you don't want to spend your time every time you do a big change to manually click around and see, is this still working? Did I break this? Did I break that? Eventually, the tests are going to pay dividends because they're going to catch those errors that inevitably you are going to have. They're going to catch those use cases that will result in a bad user experience that may result in churn. And just psychologically, if you have gone for the YOLO no tests approach, you will be a bit less willing to do some changes like before Christmas, on Fridays, or whenever else. When you expect before the product hunt release, you'd be like, maybe I don't want to do this because I don't have the time to test that everything still works. If you have the tests that do give you some confidence, then you're free to actually move fast because you know that faster than any human could, every time you make a code change, something is testing that your app still works. So over time, especially if you keep working on the project and it becomes more and more complicated, you are going to save time. Especially if you're working with other people, so you don't have full visibility of anything that's happened in your code. Maybe you started off alone and then you hire another person to work with you. Now, like, do you scrutinize every commit that they do because you're not sure if your app still works? Probably not. Do you click around after every commit to see that everything works? If you do, then that's gonna eat up some time that you could have saved by having the tests in the first place. And or do you block PRs until you have time to scrutinize them, both in the code and the outcomes? Is the app still working? And that's when the tests are gonna save you time. But there are many ways to test, and they give you varying amounts of confidence. I am a fan of meaningful tests, which may seem like, oh yeah, well done. What a thing to want. Who wants like meaningless tests? But really, it's very easy to write a meaningless test that gives you a fake confidence. And then you pat yourself on the back and you're like, I have tests. So it is important to say and try to write meaningful tests. And in the subject of meaningful tests, there are three approaches. You can have tests against your local environment and your local databases, your local Stripe keys, that sort of thing. In this app would be testing against the local Supabase running on Docker, which we can freely seed. We can start from scratch. We can put in some records and check that, oh, this user can add many interviews. They can update the interviews. They can delete the interviews. Tests that no matter what you do, no matter if they're passing or not, if there's breaking code or not, they're not going to affect anything else. Just this specific environment, my machine running this local Postgres, is the one that's going to be testing these things. So no matter if you've done something wrong in the code, it's not going to affect anything else. And you can reflect this in your GitHub action. In the CI, have a Supabase DB running there, the local instance, have your tests run. They run in kind isolation. They do give you confidence as well, because they're not unit tests, which is another aspect of testing, but I'm talking about more meaningful full flow tests. But they're still a bit far, like a bit removed from real life. So third approach would be testing against a staging environment. So an environment that is only there for you and maybe some beta testers, but probably for your team, product managers, product owners, to be able to get in there and review that the product still works, that the next features that are going to be delivered are working as expected, nothing breaks. That one, you need to have a separate Supabase project because Supabase doesn't offer branches at this point. And it is trickier because then you get to that point, well, I may want to have multiple teams working on this project. Do I have multiple Supabase projects? Do I have like 3, 4, 5, 10, 20? Like ideally you'd want one in isolation per PR, but that's not possible. Do I just have one and hope that there is no overlap? What if 2 branches have migrations that need to run? What if it's 3, 4, 5? There are problems there in regards to teams need to communicate more and not break the states in database, but it is a bit closer to reality because it's not a local machine that is spun up just for these code chains, it is something real, something in the Supabase API. If something breaks in the Supabase API, it is going to break their tests. And maybe you do want to be aware of that as well, but it is more complex, more realistic, more complex, more communication needed. And finally, you can be a hero and test in production, essentially the same thing as testing in staging, but you're actually doing it against your production database. But that means if you have a problem in your code that was just put up for review and not really to go live, and you manage to merge it and test it in production, then you have broken production. You have gotten production in a state that it shouldn't be, and that may be hard to recover from. So it still has the problems of communication, or the increased communication requirements of testing against staging. It has the maximum possible confidence levels that if this works, then if these changes work here, then they will work in real life, because it is real life. You are testing in production. But not total control, because sometimes even there you'll have the test user, you'll have the playwright test user. You won't have an actual user using an actual credit card doing the operations there. So there is no silver bullet approach, I would say, but these are the four big ones, like no tests at all, tests against a local environment, like the local Supabase server, tests against a dedicated staging environment or many dedicated staging environments, and production environments. From 1 to 4 is how much confidence you can have that if the tests pass, if there are any, then your app still works and you can deploy with confidence, but there are other things to consider. I guess that's the gist of the idea. We will be going into it in a future episode, and I'm still not sure which one we would be going for. I think today would be going with like the staging environment if I were to keep going today, but it's been 4 hours and we still had stuff to do. So I think I am gonna call it a stream and leave this for like the bonus catch up later, the update. So let's review again what we had today. The ability to write these, but we still need to add, clicking edit here should open like the model, but instead of creating the review, to say edit in the review, and it should have the values pre-filled to what the existing interview is looking like. And you click update in review and you're done. You could also do it in a dedicated page about the interview, which maybe makes more sense. Like you need to go to the details page. I'm not sure. I'll think about it offline and see what I like more. But yeah, it should be like a similar, probably should be a similar portal that gets added until we add more functionality here. And other fun stuff that we want to add would have been the melt UI tags input like this. So we can use those skills when it comes to giving you advice on how you should approach those interviews. So that's something we should be adding soon. Would have been fun to do, but we're 4 hours in. Next stream is gonna be Friday. Let me know what you want to see. As it stands, I don't think I will be doing some of that stuff offline and behind the scenes and catch up with you guys on Friday, but we'll probably be doing the playwright stuff as well. I think it will segue nicely because we'll have new functionality to catch up and then try to figure out how to actually test it. And then next week we can get started with the Stripe stuff, which should be super exciting. And still no Svelte 5 stuff, to be honest. What's the point where we'll need runes? Now, I'm not sure, but there should be. I should add something. Give me your suggestions for sure. And I'll come up with an even better plan. All right. Thank you all for joining me today. As always, a special thanks to the chat for keeping me company. I hope you have a lovely rest of the week, and I'll catch you on Friday.